Whoa. Hello, everybody. Hi. Oh, my goodness. That flew through. Hey, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story. A place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we also create magic. We are here with most of the new moon. Matt and Chelsea are actually celebrating their anniversary today. I forgot to tell you guys that. So they will be joining us hopefully soon. But yeah, they said they were going to be a little late. So everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say happy anniversary, Matt and Chelsea!
Happy anniversary, Matt and Chelsea!
That was great. Kay's microphone just fully cut off, being too loud, which is great. Oh, perfect timing. That's amazing. Let's get you guys in here. We got at least Chelsea.
Matt's still coming.
Okay, cool.
Finishing up.
You literally just missed us wishing you guys happy anniversary.
Oh, thanks, pals.
Yeah, so happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
We've been telling each other all day, hey, thanks for being married to me still.
That's cute. I like it. That's really cute. Well, what better way to spend your anniversary than playing characters that may be on the opposite side of some major decisions coming up? Beautiful. So for those that have no idea what the heck this is, hi. We are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 parties living, existing, and breathing, for those that do, in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Estera. So welcome. We hope you enjoy the show. Yeah, it's a show. It's kind of a show, I guess. Before we jump in, our announcement stuff. Gosh, it took me long enough, but we are finally able to say that we are introducing our one-shots officially. First one is coming up next week. So next Wednesday, about 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will have the Rite of Chukur. Which is fun to actually introduce firstly in New Moon, because Chukur is in Asamal. So a little fun level 12 pit fight for those who are interested in joining in on a sort of, I guess, somewhat gladiatorial type of combat game. High combat, lower roleplay than we normally do, I'd say. But yeah. So please feel free to check that out. So you can do so by going to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. That's right there down below. There. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, it is in the video description. And check that out. So we have that game ready to go. We will probably have more that will be coming up very soon. I just wanted to make sure that we got at least one of them in as soon as possible. And like I have promised everybody, new one-shots will be coming up soon, including that mushroom one-shot. We have it. So my wife and I spent the entire road trip home from our little week away, or a few days away, planning out some ideas for that, and I got some really fun ideas for it. So yeah, so please check that out. You can also there was an announcement I had and I totally forgot what it was last session too. Oh well. Also, if you were wanting to support the channel, the best way to do so is to like and subscribe where you're watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. Also, this is live. This is happening now. We're here now. This is real. So if you also want to just drop in and say hi, I always love that too. We often have other players coming in and saying hi, and that makes my heart feel warm and glad and fuzzy and all that. So so please feel free. I'll try to give at least a wave back. And if it's really clever, you might see it below here on the screen. Also, you can check out our Instagram and TikTok, which is run by the lovely Kay, right down here. My hands need to get smaller. So you can check that out by going to Instagram and TikTok at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. Where you can see some of our favorite moments as several parties, campaigns of Estera. And I think that is about it. I know there's other things, but I cannot remember what the heck they were. So we'll just move on. Who's doing the recap today?
That's going to be me, and we're going to try our best today.
I believe in you, Brandon. Cool. So before we jump into tonight's session, we need to get a recap of where we left off with New Moon. Brandon, please take it away.
All right. After the new moon arrived in the city of Zajar, they were led to the house of Cerilius, kind of the history keeper there. This session picked up in the middle of said conversation, with New Moon questioning, like what their presence in Zajar means, if rounding up the creators is actually worth it. Grian stepped away to have a telepathic conversation.
Brandon, we lost you. Try again.
Around.
There we go. You're back now.
Okay. So I don't have my Ethernet plugged in just yet. All right. So Grian had stepped away from the group to have a conversation with Eldrin of the Mongoose crew via message, while the rest of the party discussed if they could really trust the Fallen Solar. And Jet reminded the party of one of the reasons why we all came to Zajar in the first place was to find a way to separate Alyssa and the creator Ignivirus. Grian returned to the party and mentioned that the Mongoose crew is on their way to a possible rod, and did ask for their help. The party then left Cerilius to talk with the High Speaker Nazir, who works in the Tower of the Air Genasi in the city of Zajar, a massive 100-story floating tower with an elevator that takes you all the way to the top. Grian asked him if there was an object, in speaking with Nazir, Grian asked him if there was an object that could help them locate the what we call rods in our world, and he said that he would work on something. When asked if he knew if there was a way to break the creators of their chains, Nazir said that there were two solutions, one of which is the mysterious what happens when you bring three rods together. He did tell them that while the prophecy had mentioned that people would emerge from the forest and kind of bring forth the start of the end, it was not specific as to who the individuals would be. Could it be the party? We'll find out. He also directed the party to Ishru, the city's head architect, to help create new pieces of armor and possibly weapons to take on the beginning of the end. Even though the party seemed unsure if they could trust his eager nature, there was one thing left to ask him. On their way out, Tishain asked Nazir for his help to take down Hasamal, to which he agreed. The new moon descended in the elevator with new goals and a new path toward the end.
Okay. Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much, Brandon. Anything else to add, friends?
My problem is when I talk, I don't take notes. And when I don't talk, I take notes. And when I talk a lot, like last time, I don't take any notes. So that's all I got.
There's been a lot of lore drop stuff over the past few sessions. So it is also one of those, as we say often, just watch last session.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot. But yeah, anything else important to add? Yeah.
A lot of streams have the luxury of lazy fans. We really demand more. We say, take initiative in your own life. Watch the darn Tootin' streams,
and we have the poll to do that. So, which is good. Just good. We don't need a what's their name? Critical Role's lore keeper.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say lore keeper. I don't know the name though.
Yeah. We don't need that. We just need we have so many followers. You guys could just do the work yourselves.
I mean,
that's what we
at
demand.
this point, we might just ask followers to just pre-record some of this stuff for us at some point. I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's called crowdsourcing.
And we'll choose the best one.
Yeah, and we will make fun of the rest.
We'll make
Because we
fun
And
of-
be
don't
really
have
mean.
lots of options.
That's good. We love you all and anyone who wishes to listen to our silly shenanigans. Cool. Yeah. Anything else that we want to add in regards to last session? Cool. Right. Beautiful. Okay. So without further ado, do you guys want to play some D&D? Brandon doesn't. Brandon's done. Brandon's out.
He rage quit. He's like, nope.
Everyone say bye, Brandon.
Hi,
Bye,
Brandon.
Brandon.
Bye, Brandon.
Cool. Well, for
I guess
everybody else.
If Brandon's out, I guess I'm in.
All right, great. Yeah. So now we can just play without him. Cool. All right. Well, let's dive in.
Actually, like, can we not play without Brandon? That'd be great.
Actually, I do would like Brandon.
Yeah, like, actually.
I mean, at this point, it is not up to me right now.
I'm
that
actually a
is-
little worried that we upset Brendan, and Brendan, I just want to say I'm so sorry, and that we love you.
You know
I'm
what?
Sorry, Brendan.
Something, are you there, God? It's me, Fiona. I don't know.
No, I disagree, Brandon. If you can't take it, you know what? It's no. Please come back. Please come back. We miss you. Oh, look! Hey, there he is.
It worked.
I was plugging
Look
my
who
Ethernet
decided
in.
to show up.
Look, I was plugging my Ethernet in because as much as in character as having this giant thing next to my mouth is, I just don't appreciate it.
Hmm.
That's horrible.
And with that,
Y'all want to be back?
I love looking at Jack's I just fall. That's good. Hey guys, serious. Okay, it's serious fantasy time now. All right, let's go. Can you guys hear the music? Because I can't.
It's very
Yeah.
quiet, but I
Yeah,
don't.
it's very quiet, right? All right, I'll work on it. But where we come in, we see the strange, shiny metallic doors of the elevator riding up from the building where you guys had just talked to the high speaker. We see those doors open as we see figures stepping out, one of which is covered in crystalline sort of sea glass and blue shimmering light. We see her stepping out and kind of leading with the rest as the rest of you all start to exit out from the elevator. There is a moment as you guys step back outside to the craziness that is the city spectacle of Zajar. There we go. I'm really having to crank it. There we go. As you guys come out, we see that there is seemingly a passerby that gets your guide's attention for a moment, giving you a momentary sort of space to be able to maybe talk amongst yourselves or figure out next steps. But they are out of earshot temporarily.
So, Titian, we're attacking the roll?
Yeah. I think it's time we start talking about turning and fighting instead of running like we have been.
When did you have in mind that you wanted to do this?
Well, we got Shifters and Massetti, and we got Genasi on our side now. We got Den Mother possibly, and other powerful beings. It doesn't have to be today, but I think it's about time that we started taking stands. And I think today that just sort of dawned on me. So yeah.
I'm glad you said it so that I didn't have to.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask how everyone feels about that, but he just made herself perfectly clear. Does anyone have an objection?
I mean, technically, they're one of the parties after what we're after, so if we
That's a
got to
good
take
point.
them down to get to it, we might as well. I mean,
I
go ahead.
I appreciate if y'all don't want to take this on, I get it. If y'all don't want to, I think don't take this as me talking for y'all. This is me and my thing. I'd love to have you by my side, but I don't. Your choice is your own, and don't feel guilty about either way you go with it, please.
I think this is more of a proactive decision. I don't think it's a reactive decision, because I think either way they'll be on the other end. It's just a matter of if we're ready or not. So I think it's inevitable.
I'm also not hearing any objections from anyone. I mean, everyone in this group knows what the Roar is capable of, and would probably agree that they need to be stopped.
I mean, as much as I'd hate to offer this suggestion, if I remember correctly, the Hand and Azumare aren't necessarily their best fans either. So if we
They are
need
not.
to find extra manpower, that might be a good place to go. And I will promise I will restrain myself as much as possible.
Is that the group that attacked us a while back ago?
In the woods, yeah.
Because they
also-
felt
They're also some of the ones that killed my parents, so
could be a enemy of my enemy is my friend type situation.
yeah. To put it mildly.
I'm gonna like catch Titian's eyes. There are people in Dare's Wharf who would help us too. Two in particular.
Are you speaking of the Compass, or is that who you're, or who are you?
No?
I believe she means her sister.
Oh, shit!
Yeah.
I forgot about them.
We don't have to make a decision, but
Something to think about.
something to think about.
Y'all, I don't know how bad this is gonna get.
Not good. It's not.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad.
It's already pretty bad.
If we're going to believe all the people here, it's going to get bad.
Well, this is not comforting me in any way, shape, or form, y'all. This is not okay.
You raised the call for war. Was this conversation supposed to comfort you?
Ada,
Ishian.
What Ianthe's talking about now isn't just war. When she's talking about, we haven't had a chance to catch up, and we should, but what she's talking about by bringing her sister and the other one into this is obliteration.
Obliteration?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
We're not just talking about killing the Roar, we're talking now about removing them from any plane of existence.
And possibly not just them.
We need to probably have a cup of coffee and I'll catch up on all this. Or whiskey, more like it.
That one.
Yeah.
Well, that raises my next question, but Ada, please finish, because I'm about to change the conversation.
No, please.
Are we going to bring Alyssa here? They are very eager to have those rods back in the city, and I don't know how to feel about that yet.
Is that the girl?
Yes.
You made it sound like she was protected.
She is for now. But it's a temporary measure. Somewhere to keep her safe while we look for a longer solution, and the thought was this would be it, and I'm not sure it is. I'm still not sure what they want. But so far, anyone we've run into who has been interested in the rod has not had Alyssa's best interest at heart, or any of the world, really. Only their own interests. And these people here know everything about it. Of course they're interested in it. And they are way too accommodating for my comfort.
I think that if this is a chance to give Alyssa a life, we should do it. I think that sure they're accommodating, but they're kind of like they have a prophecy about this. So, you know, if we're the first ones, shouldn't we like
Ask in the
act
limelight?
the part? Yeah. You're used to that one, right? Just be the star of the show.
I can do that.
I mean, I don't know if we can trust what they want done. But the other thing is, all we have to... I think we should give Alyssa a life of her own, and this is a way to do it. And I know that there's also the whole thing with Codex. Even Codex said that this would be a play. You know, he made a deal with Ignivirus, right? And was like gonna serve it. So he said to come here. So that's at least something. The only thing that I worry about is that the people here don't care about Alyssa's well-being as much as they do the rod.
Correct.
But that's kind of where we come in, you know?
We speak up for her.
Exactly. At least we try. And if they try to mess with her, well, then what happened to the last people that tried to mess with her?
How old is this girl?
6.
6.
Mhm.
S- Then there is no other option. We get sick.
It's a heavy burden to place on such small shoulders, so it's why we're trying to help. Plus, she's
And
a wonderful
your
kid.
end goal is to separate her and the rod
Correct.
safely.
That would be ideal. Safely is absolutely a goal.
I don't disagree, but how much of the world is worth one 6-year-old? All of it?
I mean, part of it isn't just. It's not keeping her safe, but it's keeping him out of their hands. A 6-year-old is easy to catch. A primordial god,
Who is
not so much.
I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Who is they?
Anyone?
Just
The roar.
Tall.
anyone bad?
The
Paul.
family.
Richelli Mortimer.
Family.
There are a lot of powerful beings that we've encountered that are
We
very.
have a lot of enemies.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Some friends.
We do have friends.
Really? Because I've heard like 3 whole names that are like friendly.
Well, we have
We're-
each other.
I think Ada is gonna like cross her arms and look at Ianthe and be like, "Do you really believe that? Was that a genuine in this situation, or are you like having a nervous breakdown?"
Yes.
Oh, I'm always about 2 minutes away from a nervous breakdown.
Okay.
Like, let's be very clear on that.
Okay. So, obliteration, a war with the roar. What else?
I mean, those are our big bucket item things that we have to look forward to. And then we gotta meet Mongoose Crew because they might have a rod of their own. So
Well, there's. I mean, there's 2 more things, kinda. I mean, if we're putting all the cards on the table. There is a. We kind of accidentally destroyed a city. And they're also on a warpath for us. Or Alyssa.
Okay, wait a minute. We did not accidentally destroy a city. We defended ourselves, and while they were attacking us to get Alyssa, they destroyed their own city. Place the blame where it belongs. That's like saying you accidentally threw yourself out of an elevator.
Green Man, that sounds a lot like technicalities that I think maybe a city that is destroyed maybe does not care about.
Whether
I'll be
they
honest, I
care
don't really
or
care.
not.
I don't care what they think, because Adim is right. They tried to kill us, we defended ourselves.
and then they're
And our
I'm not
defense
kidding.
did not cause the damage. Their attacks on us to get the girl caused the damage. I do not feel any amount of guilt. I feel sorrow for the ones lost. I am not
Agreed.
guilty about that.
Either they're still out there, they're still hunting.
and they're going to come after her.
So it'd be really great if there
Do they
was
know where
there
she
wasn't
is?
anything. They shouldn't.
But they're druids in a forest, so I can only imagine it's a matter of time.
There's also that other group we heard about that had a rod, and we don't know much about them, but they are, if we're talking about Mongoose Crew having one, then they're worth bringing up as well.
My sister was keeping tabs on them.
Yeah, it's very possible they come after her too. I mean, if they've already got one.
So,
And your sister didn't seem to trust them too much.
Nope, she didn't.
But on that same turn, she also trusts... What's his name? What's their name with her life, so...
yeah.
Missing, that's his name.
Missing.
I got it.
Yeah.
So, timeline.
Oh, wait, I think you may have forgotten something.
Well,
Are
this
we,
is why I'm asking about the timeline.
right, are we just leaving Prisha in the forest?
This is why I'm asking about the timeline.
Okay, so Prisha. Add Prisha to the list.
I mean, she's
No.
not in the forest. She's
Adim,
not there.
I didn't get a response to the message that I sent.
I think Adim, and I'm gonna go over there and like put my arm on Adim's shoulder. I don't think Prisha's out there anymore.
Well, wherever
I mean-
she is, she loves you.
I'm sure she does. We love her too.
She loved everybody. She was. Hold on. Why are you saying that?
How would you know that?
Ah.
You don't know.
She's our friend?
I don't know her. That room that they're not really rooms that you gave us in the house, Jet, but you had like a space for her, right? And I had this dream, kind of. A very pretty thing came and admonished me for being uninteresting. But she said that she had a message for Prisha's friends, which I suppose I am now one of, by association, that just said that she loves you. I don't know
Okay,
much
so
else.
clearly Prisha's out there, so you can add her back to the list.
Did she mention where she might be? Any kind of heads up?
No.
Well,
Did she say what her name was?
Probably. I'm not very good at remembering my dreams. This is the player error, not even really like a character error.
I fully
Did
believe-
she
I
say her name?
totally believe
I don't
Ada
think she
would-
did.
I
don't think she did.
I like
Oh,
you.
okay. Great. Okay, that works out. No, she did not say her name. Kind of contemptuous about people and like details. No
Okay.
idea, but I feel I forgot she hasn't been brought up, but it sounds like she's alive or was.
Okay. I mean, if we have some time, maybe a little bit later, I can try and. I mean, she did it once before, but where she like looks in on someone, maybe I can track. I mean, she's got a piece of me, so it might be a little bit easier.
Do you think Den might know where she could have gone? I mean, I certainly hate to inform Den that we've lost her, but
Let's use that as a backup option, maybe.
okay.
Especially since
Just-
she was so adamant about not letting her
she-
go, because bad
she
things
could
might
have a
happen, and then
few-
bad things happen. And...
But she might know what that bad thing was.
True.
I'm
So
just
you
trying
keep
to
calling
put
her
it out.
dead mother? Is she like Prisha's mother or like?
Oh, Ada, I don't know if we have time to delve into that complicated relationship. Yes, we'll say yes.
Okay, so back to what you were saying. Timeline.
Timeline. Right. So, do we stay here for a few days and then leave? Do we have to go back through that forest? I mean,
Mongoose crew said that they would let me know when they're in the city, so we can just pop on over via the key.
the what?
The key? Oh, yeah. Did we tell you about the items that we've got in the forest and what they do magically?
Oh, I thought they were just like souvenirs.
I'm gonna let Jet take this one, if you don't mind.
And Jet explains everything.
Magical key makes you can go anywhere on the plane as long as it's magically protected. Coin flips either in your favor or like consistently in your favor for 10 minutes or whatever the second thing happens.
Mhm.
And then the mirror can restore a lost memory or rewind time to the beginning of the day, but then it breaks. So, for those of you who didn't know, welcome.
And if you don't
Those
know,
things are almost helpful.
well,
I mean, the key is certainly a good travel method.
It's not nothing.
Can I we're talking about timelines. Can I make a suggestion right now?
Yeah.
Before we talk too much more about the future, maybe we should look at the present. And I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I haven't been wearing a shirt for the past week and a half.
Oh, I've noticed.
Yeah.
I thought that was
it's-
like a normal thing.
No, when I got thrown down an elevator.
It didn't even register with me.
Yeah, I was about to, maybe we'll get a cocktail over this conversation, but I lost it in a tree, and I think it's, what I'm saying is let's go get supplies and see what this city can offer us in terms of taking this next step.
Well, I think we're on our way to Ishru to maybe get some new stuff. So maybe she'll be able to make you a shirt.
Sure, and maybe some cannons and trebuchets.
Maybe.
Oh, you're going into
Yes.
battle.
Ah, yes, the superior siege weapon.
Just for when you need it.
Well, there's one way to find out, right? Let's just go ask her.
All right.
It's about this time. Where Iskar seems to finish with the conversation. The figure that you saw, let's see. Actually, honestly, it probably would just be. Might have been just Orzai, actually. We'll just say that. Orzai was talking to her about something. She comes back. All right. Well, the day is yours. Oh, it seems like it is. It started to come tonight. And as you all look in the direction where Iskar is looking, it is much further away than what is shown here. But you look at something that in the place of the it's not changed enough for you guys to immediately assume that like this is not the fissure heart, but it looks like the fissure heart itself has changed abruptly since you left this place. In its place, you see a obsidian sort of black rock with deep red kind of magma in the middle, resting about. It is, as I said, it is kind of like high in the sky, sort of over the. It's still kind of in the city, but I'd say about maybe 100, maybe 200 feet up. You also notice that I don't believe you guys. Yeah, you guys didn't meet the Guardian, did you? Okay, cool. So I'll say this: you do notice that it looks like there is some sort of figure, slightly humanoid in shape, but you don't see necessarily like a bottom half. That seems to be sort of slowly circling it, seemingly kind of giving somewhat of a guard-like view.
And this has
Kay, if you're with us, we are losing you.
Hello.
Yes.
And this has overtaken the fissure heart.
This seems to be the fissure heart. When you guys saw it earlier in the day, it was more of like a white with like a cold sort of like mist sort of around it. Now almost signifying maybe the change into nighttime, it has changed into this. Which gives you guys an idea, like it might be closer to like, it's dusk, maybe like 4:30, 5 p.m. Iskar kind of turns back to you all and says, well, there was some specific areas I was supposed to show you, but there was a place that you wanted to go first, I believe?
I believe we wanted to check out if there's like a market or an artisan's, just to purchase some supplies, goods. I'm always in the market for a new dress.
The High Speaker had mentioned meeting a shrew.
Oh, yes. They wouldn't necessarily be in the area for trade. Well, we can definitely go to both of those. Which one would you like to go to first?
Let's go to Eshru first.
Very well. And you head off.
Quick question. As we're walking, does Iskar seem like she noticed this thing like changing before we did? Is she like looking at it often and like, or is it just like, this has happened, okay, moving on? I think I'm just trying to see how,
like, has it happened before, or is this a new?
Yeah, is this new? Is this something that's happened before? Is this normal? Because the giant thing in the sky has changed its whole vibe. And I think that that's concerning, and Ada would like to gauge the reaction of her guide.
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Vibes. A 19 makes for an 18 on the... So 18!
Yeah. It seemed to be it seemed to be kind of a normal sort of thing, almost like a weird way of like it seemed like she was viewing it how someone would view a clock, giving a sense that this is something that probably happens daily.
The streetlights just came on, gang. It's okay.
Time to go home.
Move on.
All right, so to a shrew.
You got it.
As we're walking, I want to hang back a little bit and pull Adim back with me.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
So I was looking at this necklace that you gave me, right? And
Is everything okay with it? Like it didn't hurt you or something, right? Because I pulled it out of the forest.
no, it is exactly what you were told it was. And I know this because Ashal came to me while I was looking at it.
Deem's face shifts considerably, but you can't tell. It's a shift.
So, he asked us, I think us, believe it or not, he was actually quite vague with the details. He asked us to meet him at the spire before the day is up.
Shouldn't we do that instead of shop then?
Or we could shop and then go.
Although I've waited 19 years, you can certainly wait for a night.
I don't think we need to keep it secret from everyone where we're going, but
No.
I think it should just be you and me.
I don't know what he'd have to say to them. I'm not sure what he'd have to say. Well,
I'm terrified of what they'll have to say to him. I have my own thoughts.
they have nothing to say to him. Rather, they should have nothing to say to them. I don't know if he'll be really happy with me, because if he's real, then I just walked out on him. But yeah, we should do that soon. We should take care of that. Hit head on, as it were.
I think I'm going to ask Iska to join us too. She knows the city.
She can always point us in the direction of the spire. Once we get there, I'm guessing that one of our sisters will be able to take us to him.
Sure. I'm still going to ask her. I just think it's nice to have a guide who knows the city and
Yeah,
knows people.
I don't think where I met him was here.
Well, that's good, because that meant you came here. That would mean you came here and then came back into the forest, and that would be extremely annoying.
Well, no, I mean, when I was in the forest, I thought I was in a trial, but I think that there was another door that shouldn't have been there that led me to him, and he's not here. They were talking about planets and planes and stuff.
Iska mentioned that the spires act as sort of a portal doorway to the other planes, so maybe
Yeah, I think that was water. There was a lot of it. More than I'm used to, and that's saying a lot. But yeah, anyway, why don't we let them know that that's where we need to go before the night's over. We need to go before the night's over. They can get drunk with Titian, and Titian can tell the story about the lost shirt.
Okay.
sounds good.
As you guys continue to move throughout the city, you once again are met with passing eyes, staring, nods. There are more figures here that seem to look less humanoid, that seem to have more room to move as we go into evening, as they seem to be a lot of them seem to kind of like take up more space with the smoke or mist or things that seem to kind of envelop around them. But in the distance, you see the 3 spires that are jutting up into the air in a way of their shape that looks very similar to the building that you just left, but the the light and the visions, the pieces of them seem to kind of give more of a, as described in last session, like a tear through sort of like a tear of like a rift of a feeling of something that would move beyond this world. As you move closer, you notice that laying impossibly big, but just about probably as big as one of these rifts that are there along the ground is what almost seems to be at first like a fallen building. It having this sort of glass-like sort of structure around it. You can sort of see sort of strange broken apart pieces that seem to be in some ways mirror, in some ways sort of glass that seems to refract the light that is around to a point of feeling almost like it is colors that are ever changing based on the shades and reflections that are moving constantly around it. It seems like closer towards the sort of base of the spire that broken sort of spire seems to reflect pretty closely to the spire that is up. That would be, I believe, the earth one. So you see those colors kind of constantly changing. But along the side of it, as you guys kind of come in, and this building is, like I said, like it would probably be similar to about the size of the building that you just left, but it is laid along the ground. Seemingly, you can even see like actually like underneath it, there's a little bit of a give-in as if it had crashed to the ground at some point. I would like anybody who would like to roll a nature or history check certainly can.
I rolled a 15 for. I mean, it's the same for me either way.
You tell me. You always got to tell me.
I know. I was giving people another person a chance if they wanted to pick one.
I got a 6, so.
Let's do what your character would be focusing on.
Yeah. Let's do history.
Okay, you got it.
FYI, I also rolled history, but rolled poorly, so there's no point in me telling you what it was.
Okay.
Ada rolled a 21 for nature.
Nature. Okay.
Looks like a building to me.
What are we rolling?
So,
Sorry, I need to switch around, Paul.
Nature or history?
Oh, God. Okay, both of them. I got a 17.
In.
They're exactly the same. Let's go history.
Got it. Jet?
I got an 18 in whichever one, so odds is history. It is history. So 18 in history. I rolled so bad, I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Right. So let's say a couple of you rolled pretty high on what you're getting, and say the nature part of this, for those that rolled nature and I'd say rolled above a 15. You notice that there is a where this has landed, you see the sort of refracting sort of light. For those of you would look at that probably similar to how maybe a stone structure would be broken if it had fallen over. It is seemingly more glass-like than anything else, but how it has like kind of cracked and moved around gives more of an idea of something that feels a little bit heavier, a little bit stronger. You also notice that the position of where it's at seems to be. You get a sort of like idea of like if it were up, then these spires themselves would look to be even in place. So the three rifts that are sort of beside it, far in the background now, seem to be a little bit off center. For those that rolled history, we'll say higher than a 15, you remember that there are three rifts that are, we call them spires, but three rifts that are open to what seems to be those different planes. One of them was cut off. The question was whether or not it was something that happened on accident or on purpose, but there's been no replacement in its place for the primordial plane of fire, or the material plane of fire.
I have a quick question while we're going by, and I can kind of are we close enough to touch the fallen over building?
Yes. Yeah, you're going into the fallen over building, actually.
Okay. Can I tell if this material that it's made out of is magical in any way? It's very, you know what I'm saying? Very strong.
I know what you're saying. I will say this is something that I think in this city is going to be really detect magic will blind you type of thing.
Yeah.
If you want to ask something more specific, I might be able to give you a more specific answer.
What I mean is, now I would like to figure out how to identify this to see what its properties are, if possible. The material itself. Is it the same material that the mirror is made out of?
The mirror that Ianthe is holding?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
And I would say, again, kind of building into this sort of alien-like feeling of this place. It does not really remind you anything but what was kind of given in that idea that it looks like glass, but it is cracked like stone.
Noted. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. As you all walk in, this is what seems to be a specific entrance here. It looks like there's actually a couple different places for you to be able to walk into this structure, but this entrance, you notice as you walk in, seems to be seems to give a sense of more of a feeling of a translucent, or sorry, not translucent, but a cathedral-like setting. You see, as you step through into this large room, you see faceted walls of what look to be shimmering glass that seem to jut outward and spread out, given the sense of almost a crystalline-like structure. But I would say for those that are familiar with nature, it almost gives a little bit of a like flower blooming look along the walls, the corners of like where the ceiling and the walls would meet. You see it catching light, very similar to the outside, but also like much cleaner and clearer. As you are passing by, it almost feels like this entire room is moving with the natural light that reflects off of what you guys are wearing, what you guys are carrying, what's outside. You notice that there are shapes and images that seem to follow along from the left and right side that feels very mirror-like, but has obscured your looks into being just a amalgamation of shapes, some of which are very like kaleidoscopic, I guess would be a word, if that's a word. You see towards the back is the figure that I believe you all saw passing by. At first, completely camouflaged in to the background itself, but the fire that is seeming to come off of the backside of what seems to be like her hair, that is changing from a deep red to a blue to a green, is reflecting off of the mirror-like fractured walls around her. And in the center, now standing a little bit taller, about 20 feet tall, but very thin, like a very like thin sort of set of a black flame that is completely colorless. Almost seems to be sucking in light that would be around it. This seems to be the person that you want to meet, Eshru Thal. Iskar introduces you all, and you see that she is like standing on an area that is slightly elevated. Like I said, it kind of gives a little bit of more of a cathedral vibe sort of thing, that like there should be like a pulpit in front of her, but there isn't. There's just this flame that is almost just kind of beyond her touch if she were to reach out. She nods and doesn't seem to speak any words at first. Seems to be waiting for someone to speak up.
Does she do we need a translator here?
Oh. Well, I can step outside. Are you asking if she understands your language? Yes, I believe so.
It's nice to meet you, Eshru. My name is Grian. These are my friends. They're a talkative bunch, I know. Never shut up sometimes. Is this your handiwork, the building? I heard you were quite the architect.
Can I throw an insight check just to get this person's overall vibe? Because, like, I'm getting, like, kid that's too cool for retail all of a sudden, or something like that.
we'll see where it goes. You're just meeting this person. Yeah. I will say, like, she hasn't responded yet.
All right, I'm just was wondering.
Yeah. You seem braced, Grian, for some sort of impact. Something that hasn't quite landed.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't know if you were going to like me or not, so that kind of stressed me out just a little bit. Quiet was a little unnerving, but it's okay. I mean, we are kind of gearing up for something big, and we were hoping to ask for your help. If that's okay. It's hard to ask for help of someone you just met, I know.
On the contrary, you just did it quite easily. I will make for you what you ask. But first, I would like to know how pure you are.
Someone else want to take this test for me? No? Cool, okay.
So not very.
Well, I have a question. Was that a you Grian or you all? The way she said it.
Grian's talking, so I would say that she seems to be viewing Grian on this, but I would say it also probably feels like it's whoever is wanting things from her is going to probably have to go through this.
I'll just like motion Grian if he wants me to, but I'll let him. It'll be a quiet thing, like if you need me to.
What would you have me do?
I would have you stand and judge yourself.
Okay.
Very well. You see her raise her hand along the right side of the wall, and you see the cracked sort of ridges that give that same sort of kind of crystalline light seem to shimmer into a plain, solid, perfect portrait mirror. And then another. And then another. You see her pull with her hand as the mirrors seem to crack off and turn to show the crystalline sort of side. As all three mirrors are put to one side, about maybe, but only like maybe like. Actually, sorry, no, they would probably be moved towards the stage, but actually cutting off Grian, I'll say, as I assume you kind of step forward, cutting off Grian from the rest of the party. The mirrors themselves seem to be facing you, Grian, but the backside, all of you see just kind of like a crystalline sort of similarity to the wall. Face the first mirror, please.
I'll turn to the first mirror that there is.
Okay. Grian, I would like you to describe to me the scene of a moment you feel that Grian was the most proud.
Oh God. Okay. The scene that we see is the light shining over, I believe, the hill in the forest with Dead Mother's place not too far below, and Grian caressing Alyssa's face and just telling her no, that she would be brilliant, and the fact that he had gotten her that far and had done something worthy in the aimlessness that he had found himself in for years, and it finally set to correct him and move him forward.
Grian, you watch as you see that scene perfectly reflected in the mirror. As you see the exchange between the fiery version of Alyssa and the light reflecting off your face. That will suffice. Next mirror, please.
And I'll turn to face that one too.
Grian, I would like you to describe to me a moment where you felt the least proud.
You're gonna see in the mirror Grian talking to Ida, the leader of the Compass, in which it's the moment that they left, and he's talking to her, and he feels like, as much as he knows it was right, the idea of leaving the place that he called his home for years, people that he called family, to fend for themselves against somebody that they had no business with prior to face and to defend themselves. And he doesn't even know if they're alive anymore. And he just ran and took Alyssa from her parents. So I think while he knows that it was a good thing to do, there's a lot of shame and a lot of sadness in not necessarily being a coward in that moment, but in choosing to tuck tail and run.
Okay. I'd like you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Not bad, not bad. Not bad, okay. Charisma, that's a dirty 20.
Okay. This will suffice. The third mirror, please.
And I will turn to the last mirror.
In this mirror, Grian, at first you only see yourself. The colored glass reflecting in the background behind you. And you see the image start to change. And this is where the rest of you come in. None of you are facing these mirrors, so you do not see what is happening. but I will start with Ianthe. As you described to me, how you see Grian in your mind.
Starting with me, that's so rude. I think whenever Anthe thinks about Grian, she remembers sitting with him in the grove after Slagtan's funeral kind of thing, and sort of discussing like life and death with Grian and Aaron, and just feeling this sadness but also kind of peace in knowing that I have people who will care when I'm gone and will do something. So it's sort of a sense of like, she sees Grian as sort of a sense of peace.
How does that reflect visually in the image? What is Grian seeing?
Oh, that's such a good question. I think if you're going into Anthe's mind and it's projecting, I'd say he's got sort of like a sunset-y type glow around him. Because that's when they were talking, it was like kind of sunset. And he just looks very serene.
Okay. So Grian, at first you see yourself standing in a field at sunset. Grass about ankle high. The shadow of night starting to already pass through, but the sun seemingly reflected in your face, a dark, deep orange. It starts to change again. Titian, how do you view Grian?
I view Grian as a man who's weaponized his passions. And in that way, when he, even in the midst of combat, his pride, and this is the vision I'm giving you, Joe, of him fighting, but still looking glorious doing it, with his wings wide open and flared. And there's a power and grace to Grian's combat, but ultimately, I don't know, it's just the right mixture of death and love, I guess.
Okay. So Grian, I think you see yourself reflecting in a little bit of a brighter light, your wings exploding sort of behind you, as your weapons of light seem to kind of glow, as we see figures kind of darting in and out, all in this like sort of shadowy, mostly humanoid sort of forms, as you are fighting them off one by one, but moving gracefully. Adib, how do you visualize Grian?
Adim sees Grian as being... So the glow he gets when he's glowing, when he chooses to do so, he sees that as an after effect of how passionate he is. However, the passion is a lot brighter than he lets on through that glow. There's more inside of him. And Adim thinks that Grian is trying to figure out how to use that passion effectively without hurting himself or those around him.
Okay.
And he sees him progressing in that. But he thinks he is glowing more brightly now than he did when they met, but he will glow more brightly in the days to come. That is how Adim sees Grian.
So how does that reflect visually in the mirror? What does Grian see?
I would say similar to Eshru's kind of kaleidoscopic mirror, that his skin is letting out some of the light, but you can tell there's more roiling underneath that he is learning to control that will eventually let out.
So like facets that are dark.
Not dark, just all of him is not transparent, it's translucent. Not all of it's getting out yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we see Grian, as you continue to sort of like fight off these images, we see there's spaces of you that seem to shine brightly, but others that seem to be still shrouded behind your say maybe your physical form, like the armor that you're wearing is maybe blocking some of the light. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Ada, how do you visualize Grian?
Ada visualizes Grian as he was during the last bit of Titian's trial. Over his wings outstretched, kind of the only bright spot in just this like profound darkness, whether it was actually dark or whether it just felt dark. His wings expanded, trying to get forest guardians to like look over and get an eye on Titian. So Leah, I think that her depiction in her mind of him is almost cartoonish, in that he's not really a person to her. like not, she doesn't know him, but she does know that he cared enough about Titian to like try.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to say the extension of that. I'm going to say, Kay, go ahead and take a point of inspiration for that. The idea of this does not need to be a physical sort of reflection as much as a kind of interpretation of a personalization here. So Grian, you notice that your form starts to kind of take more of a caricature, sort of a cartoonish like vibe. This sort of peaceful smile comes across your lips, but it feels odd, ungrounded, two-dimensional, maybe. Chet.
Chet sees Grian, though the New Moon had a boat before Jet was involved, but Jet sees Grian as the lighthouse that's guiding them along the path, or like the spotlight, the guide, the way to safety, because every time that they've had any sort of conflict, Grian is always the one to reach his hand out first and pick somebody up. So that's kind of the way that it is visually in Jet's mind, is that he is like a lighthouse guiding us to safety. That's That's the way that he sees him. So it would be more of like, I guess for a physical viewpoint, Brian would see himself like wings out, taking a knee and reaching his hand forward, surrounded in a massive spotlight.
Okay. Beautiful. So I think with a final sort of swing of your sword, Grian, you see a blast of light kind of pushes all of the darkness back, leaving space in this open field as the viewpoint kind of pulls back, pulling you into a little bit more of a smaller, distant view. As you take a knee, extend your hand out, as we see silhouettes of figures that you recognize as your party members walking slowly towards you. Grian, as you turn to face Eshru, what is the look on your face?
It's definitely one of reflection, but also calm and of peace. There are pieces of him that he hasn't thought about in a while or really thought about. I think that there's a part of him that sees these different visions that he doesn't quite know as from his friends, but they're ways of him that he didn't see himself before, and he didn't think himself a good person, or at least not like an incredibly great person. But to see these feelings and this warmth, I think he tears up a little bit to know that he is in fact a good person, and that the light that he radiates is not just his magic, but a warmth that he has unintentionally spread.
Beautiful. You see Eshru face very rigid, very unemotional. It seems that you are braced for the impact of something that has already passed by. I will remove what has yet to land. Please stand behind the glass.
And I'll kind of just tip my head down and walk around to the backside.
I'll say above board something that should be made clear here. None of you are aware of the of what has been happening behind the glass. And Grian, even from you're seeing reflections of you that you're not entirely sure. I would say the first two mirrors you might have some idea of like what they are representing. The third one is up to what Brandon would see as Grian's interpretation of what that is. It may, I guess my point is in saying that it may not be what Grian sees as the other people seeing him. Could be something else, or a question mark. Who steps forward next?
Jack will. I'm sorry, Jack will. Dean will, since he was going to be.
Moves outside of a demon's body.
Jack dives into the screen. No.
So here's the version of Jack I see.
He's kind of green, long black hair, and tattoos.
Since Adim was going to go instead of Grian, Adim will walk up since there is something he'd like to ask of Eshu. So,
Okay. You see Eshu kind of nod. There's a momentary sort of pause as she seems to... She seems to be reading you.
did she do that with Grian?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, I was like,
It's something that you wouldn't notice until you got closer.
okay.
Yeah. One who doesn't fear drowning. Please face the first mirror.
Adim faces the first mirror.
And what is reflected in that of Adim's proudest moment?
What is reflected there is something that happened long before he met the party. It would have been when because he didn't really have too much guidance as a teen in Honoria, when he finally broke the surface and approached his first captain and asked permission to come aboard, and on his own became a member of the crew. No one taught him how to do that. He was lost as far as what he should be doing, should he use his Genasi magic or not, but he wound up being a respected member of the crew by the end of it. So the pride of him branching out away from what I wouldn't say was comfortable was known. That was probably his initial and one of his larger prouder moments, because without that, he wouldn't be here. He'd still be underwater.
So what is the visual we see in this moment with the mirror?
Probably him swimming upwards towards a surface, and the sun. At first, it's dark because the Nori is pretty low underwater, and then as he's swimming higher and higher, it's getting brighter and brighter and brighter, and then finally he breaches the surface at the side of the ship. And that's probably what. I'm muting myself just for a second so I can correct my dog.
Okay. We see a Adim pushing through into the surface as we see this passing ship, beautiful in its array of iconography of that same sort of dragon on the backside of the ship itself. As we see a figure with a large tri-corner hat, leaning down, looking at Adim. You hear behind you, Adim, please face the second.
And he does.
Okay. Adim's least proudest moment.
The argument with Titian. Do you just want the description would be in Adim's mind not only anger but lack of insight. It was all directed outwards. So he wasn't thinking about. He was thinking less about why he was saying it, and although he felt at the time he had reasons, he was more lashing out. And had he thought less of self and more of group, it would have been a better conversation.
So I think the scene we see here is, I'm relatively familiar with it. I think the scene we see here is a group of figures sitting around a table, laughing, enjoying. We see this kind of blurred sort of image of a halfling in the background. And we see a dark corner where Adim is sitting. We see the figures one by one leave the table, except for Titian, staring back at Adim, lost, confused. Image here lingers for a while. I think, Adim, there's a moment where it might be hard for you to take your eyes away from that scene. And I will ask, actually, does Adim do so, or does Adim wait to be instructed?
It's hard to look at it, and it's hard to turn himself away, but because it's his least proud moment, he forces himself to look at it. He just forces himself to look at it until he's told otherwise.
Kind of.
He's not into magic, but he is into growth. So.
Yeah. The seconds seem to pass a little slower than they should. For a moment, I think, Adim, you almost feel like it feels like maybe a strange sort of level of punishment to have to stand here. For the rest of you, time is moving normal.
I think Adim takes a deep breath and thinks that as painful as this is, it's nothing like the Blackened Forest, and just keeps looking.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Finally, the words come. Please face the third mirror.
And since Adim doesn't know what that third mirror holds and what he just experienced in this one, he just takes a deep breath, closes his eyes for a moment, opens them back up again, and turns and faces the third mirror.
Okay. Looking at the third mirror, it's you in this room. And then it starts to change. And we're going to start backwards. We're going to start with Jet. Jet, how do you visualize Adim?
Jet pictures Adim as almost like a statue, like always watching and guarding over an area. You know, like a guardian. And I'm trying to think of a better way to describe it, but like very much so a stoic figure, always watching forward, like a deity almost watching. You know what I'm saying? Like the carvings in real life, they have like the carvings of deities. So in Jet's mind, he's always watching. He is the foundation. So in Jet's mind, Adim would be very stoic, very like chest held high, with his chakram in one hand and his trident in the other, just standing guard and standing watch. Very stoic, very. That's the way Jet sees Adim, is like.
Okay. What is Adim standing guard over? What's behind him, or what else is in the scene?
It would be. He would be standing. He might even be leaning back a little bit up against a tree, and then off to the side, you would just see like a tent and then a campfire. And it's always, Adim is always watching out for everyone around him. So it's us camping for the first night on our way towards Hasamal, and him leaning up against a tree. And that's the way Jet sees him, is always there when we need him.
Okay, beautiful. How far is Adim from the party?
Oh, usually he goes out about 30, 40 feet, somewhere in there. So just about.
So far.
Sure, but I think Jet knows that he's got range, so it's not really a thing to worry about. But yeah, he would be kind of farther away, yes.
Dean, that's what you see. You see yourself leaning against a tree, both trident and chakram in hand, ready. As we see in distance, 40 feet away, shapes of your companions all huddled around a fire. You watching vigilantly for danger. We see the image move again. Ada, how do you visualize Adim?
I love answering these questions when I don't know these people. So, Ada views Adim in almost like a romance novel cover, like rippling muscle, like long hair in the breeze, like coming out of the water, glistening. Like it's just a vibe that she gets. But he's not smiling, and I think that's like really the thing that like she grips onto is he's like objectively beautiful and not there, like not engaging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I love that. Yeah, I think that's a how you described is perfectly represented in my mind of this very it is a commercial for some sort of perfume or cologne that's coming out as Adim bursts from the water. The water itself not clinging to anything, but just droplets around the musculature of a seemingly maybe a little even more muscular. As the hair is thrown back, but the eyes, the face, the smile, or the eyes, the face, the mouth remaining stagnant. But hot.
Can't forget the
Cool.
most important part.
But for sure hot. Cool. Go to the image shifts once again. Grian.
I think for Grian, Adim has always been resolved, very decisive. I don't think he doesn't waffle like the rest of us do. He's very quick in his decision. It is yes or no. Maybe is a word thrown around, but that's not one that he chooses. He is very swift like the water and will always find his footing, no matter what obstacles thrown in his way. And this represents in the mirror as we see a river flowing between rocks, and the chakram that he has is just above it spinning. And I think as the image shifts, we see Adim making that split decision choice to choose a door. And as we go around another bend, we see Adim make that split decision to round themselves to the back of the party, right outside Massetti. And we just see more image shifting like that as it goes, as Adim makes those quick decisions and is just so sure in his choices.
Okay. Adim, we see the maze of those images kind of shifting in and out, but each time the choice, the decisions of where to go, to what to do, clearly being decided confidently. believing that in the visualization of this, it seems this figure is in full belief that what choice they have made is, for now, the best one. Brandon, take a point of inspiration for that. Titian, as we see the image start to shift away from this bounding and moving sort of scene, what does it change to?
It goes from the sort of kinetic scenes, like the moving that Grian was sort of experiencing, to a stabilized shot, looking up from below on Adim's face, captaining Kofi's ship, Kofi's ship. Wind sailing in his hair, strong and on the wheel. And there's a sight there that I'm sure we haven't seen ever when Adim was on land, or in the midst of battle, or really anywhere else, and that is a quiet smile. And Titian is picturing Adim the very first time he knew Adim was at peace and within his own element since joining New Moon. And that's what he usually thinks of when he thinks of Adim. Or at least in this moment.
We see that scene reflecting the water sloshing up on the side of a small simple boat. Standing at the helm. A look of peace as the wind is blowing through your hair. Casting sight onward, forward, clearly in the direction that the ship is facing. As we see that image change one more time. Ianthe, how do you visualize Adim?
So I think I'm the only one here who has truly witnessed Adim in his element. Where he's comfortable and, dare I say, happy. I picture Adim underwater, laughing and swimming around with me and Coral. And I think it's probably the first time she saw a little bit of joy in Adim. I think.
In this version, because these are more than just memories, this is a design of trying to portray Adim on who he is to Ianthe. So how does this memory reflect that?
It's him next to Coral, showing, like, I don't know how to depict this in an image,
but like explaining, like teaching her. Teaching her how to be under the water, how to be with coral.
So you see Adim being a guiding hand, a teacher, instructor for someone who is
almost like a bridge into this world that she never knew.
I like that. That makes sense. I think that's what is reflected here, something that is seemingly a memory, but maybe pushes more into a sort of artistic personalization, as we see maybe a moment of, I think, Ianthe and Adim underwater. Where there seems to be some sort of structure that is momentarily sort of blocking from the surface, as Adim is maybe extending a hand out to guide Ianthe in a world where she is unfamiliar. Adim, you see the image then change back to normal. As you turn to face Eshru, what is the look on Adim's face?
He'll probably linger on that third mirror until the image goes away, and then he turns to look at Eshru with his eyebrows raised, like he's just waiting. Like he's not sure what that last one was. He knows what the first two were. But the last one, he was like, well, he's probably taken aback. So then once that image fades, he just looks at Eshru and just raises his eyebrows, like, what now? So I guess if you had to have what he's thinking, he's still trying to put that last mirror together. He's trying to like put the pieces together, like, what was that? Like, who? Because he's not sure what that was, since he wasn't sure what the third mirror was for Green and how he impacted that. He's like, I don't know what that was, but I need to remember all that, because maybe that's who I'm going to be. I don't know.
You see Eshru look at you. You do not fear drowning, but you do fear leaving the bottom behind. Stillwater remembers too much. I will give you something that holds only what you choose to carry. Please stand behind the glass.
Adim nods at Eshru and points to the mirror, simultaneously saying thank you, both for what she said and what she showed him, and then joins Green.
Okay, yeah, she gives an extra nod at that. Who comes forward next?
Jet will step forward.
Jed, as you step forward, you see Eshru's kind of emotionless face sort of stays stagnant, but you see her head tilt a little to the side. The flames seem to kind of temporarily move from these sort of like deeper red, kind of like flares up green for a second. A cluttered reflection. Please turn to the first mirror. And with that, take our 10-minute break.
Hey.
See you guys in 10. you're back. As there's moments for those who have yet to face the mirrors, waiting patiently, but maybe a little confused. Is there... Well, I think what you all are able to see is the responses to the reflections in the mirror, in the mirrors, to the face of the person looking at it. So I think as you're thinking about your, what your character is going through, I would say that's something that you might want to kind of like think about as all they've seen is the responses. Maybe that's enough for now. We'll leave that there. Jet, what do we see in the first mirror as your proudest moment?
Jet's proudest moment is him using his claw to carve his name into the tooth. That is definitely his proudest moment, is being able to say that he did something, even though it didn't actually happen, in his mind.
Okay, is that moment in the battlefield? Yeah, or the
In the Fang, where he carves his name alongside his ancestors.
Yeah. Interesting. Roll me a charisma saving throw at that.
At it. Hey, that's my first good roll. You said charisma. Oh, good. That's a 17.
Okay. I think we see it as a series of images of Jet striking down opponents in this sort of snow-capped tribal circle. What about that specifically is your proudest moment? I know you mentioned the writing your name, but
it's more of he proved to himself that he could do it. I think that's why he's so proud of it, is that it was him and he did it.
So I think there's probably a moment of the striking down, but what is kind of the sort of still visual is Jet standing above these figures, the large sort of dragon fang behind him as his name gets inscribed above it, held for all eternity. Would you please look at the second mirror?
And Jet turns. Oh man, Jet's least
What is
proud moment,
Jet's least proud moment?
and it's probably him being drugged through the streets of Hasamal. It's probably just Jet probably being drugged through the streets by a horse or whatever they would be riding in the town, just face down, beaten, cut, bleeding, just being drugged through as a show for everyone around.
Okay. Give me another charisma saving throw.
Okay. That's 14.
Okay. A 14 as we see this image of Jet being pulled through mud, the dirt. Cobblestone streets of Hasamal. You see the image seem to fade away a little too quickly. And as it being the second mirror, you can see Eshru behind you. She says, "Unfortunate. Is that your true self?" And Jet, you can give me an insight check if you'd like.
Sure. That's a natural 20 or a 21.
Okay. While the shame of this moment is probably very clearly represented to Jet, it seems in the idea of spreading the honesty, it is even clear to Jet, while this might be something that brings him the most shame, it is something that was done to him, not something that was a decision or choice that he made. I think with a nat 20, you see that there is probably seconds away where Eshru might be asking you to stand down behind the mirrors.
I think if he realizes that, then his first thought would be, oh, if it's something that I did that I'm least proud of, then it's the fireball into the cave.
Well, what I'm saying is you feel that it feels like in this moment you have failed, so you have a choice of whether or not to accept the failure or to stick up for yourself. You feel like there's going to be at the nat 20. You feel like there's definitely going to be a moment where Eshru is going to say that is enough, and for you to step down. So, what do you say before or after that happens? It's up to you. If you want to wait for her to say that.
I think Jet would wait for her to say something first.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And then
that nat 20, I wanted to give you the option to be able to cut that off. But I think it makes sense in character to wait.
I think Jet would wait for her to say, stand down, and he would kind of turn and face her.
Yeah.
And then he would kind of broaden his shoulders and stand up a little taller and say, the things that I've done and I think he would turn back to the mirror and just picture that moment of I sent the fireball, and I am the reason that town, I woke up the beast that destroyed that town, right? And he would just kind of realizing that she was saying stand down, he's gonna just kind of turn and say no, I got this, but without actually verbalizing it, just picture it and try to to will it into being.
Yeah, I would say you have to give some sort of so she'll say, please, please stand behind the glass, and then Jet, you say in response, no, I got this, I assume. You see the kind of glass sort of eyebrows sort of version where it's raised. And for the first time, you see a hint of a smile She nods. Allows you to try again.
And Chet turns around and pictures that moment where the family started falling. And him reaching out towards Codex and sending that power through into the cave.
And we see it play like a movie. Chet, you don't hear the sounds, but you almost do. You remember them very clearly. The loud explosion, sound of cracking earth, sounds of distant screams, figures, friends running for their lives. Burst of earth coming up out of the ground. A figure being swallowed whole into it. That will suffice. Please look into the third mirror.
And Chet does so.
As Chet looks into the third mirror, the image of yourself standing there, waiting. As the image starts to change. Ianthe. Who is Jet to Ianthe?
When we first met Jet, he was introduced or referred to as the bookworm. So Ianthe immediately got this picture in her head of like a cartoon caterpillar with big glasses that was like eating books. And then she met Jet, and it's still a caterpillar, just like an all black caterpillar, still with big glasses, eating books.
I love that. Chelsea, please take a point of inspiration for that. Yeah. You see that. Would you say that this is a... does this version of this seem like realistic in medium, I guess? Or does it seem cartoonish and silly?
It's cartoonish. It's very silly.
Yeah. We see a very...
She heard bookworm and thought it was cute. And Jet's not super cute, but she can't shake that.
I love that. We straight up see a My Hungry Caterpillar, or Hungry Caterpillar of Jet. We'll say maybe the horns are still there to give some sort of personification of this being Jet. But giant glasses with books laid out like a pathway in front of him, eating them one by one. Along like a very large tree branch. Beautiful. Image changes again. Tishian. Who is or what is Jet to you?
Well, he's a lizard. No, Jet is... Tishian is thinking back to the sparring sessions he's had with Jet recently. The sessions of Jet asking for advice in combat, Jet being around, asking for help with that aspect of it, and in some ways that turns into Jet being... I don't know another way to describe it, but almost. And Tishkin almost feels like Jet's that little brother in the party. Someone who he can terrorize a little bit, but in a good way. He is someone that... But Jet also... He is someone that he respects and he is very fond of. It's somebody that he knows Jet is very powerful, but he sees him as... He sees him in that position holding his spear, his new spear, and still trying to learn it and trying to problem solve in that moment.
Okay. So you gave me a lot of meaning. Give me the visual.
Jet holding the spear, trying to problem solve in the moment is the visual.
Problem solve what?
Like how to use the spear. Like him figuring out how to hold it, how to swing it, how to properly stand with it in the sparring session is what I'm sort of like putting out there as a visual.
Okay. What is in the background of Jet?
It's the magic tower that he's built for us time and time again. It's the beds, it's the living room, the entryway. I always picture it with a wooden floor. I don't know if that's the case or not, but maybe that's just me. It's homey, it's nice. And yeah, we're surrounded by the comforts that he provides.
Okay. Jet, that's what you see. A very juxtaposed change in vision from something that seems strange and odd to something very grounded. Of a figure, a dragonborn holding the spear, extending it out in front of him, letting it slip slightly, awkwardly. But behind him, pieces, representations of the creations that he was able to make to keep his friends safe and happy. The image changes again. Adib, who or what is Jet?
So the image Jet sees, or you can change it from what I described, is he is on a knee with his hand grasping that damn book. And the book is flat on the ground and he's holding it by its spine. And his fingers are underneath the book, as between the book and the ground. And you can't tell if the book is holding him down or if he's just picking the book up. And then he reaches with his other hand to grab the spear, holds it, and stands up and walks away from the book. That is who Adib sees.
Beautiful.
And the book fades. In Adib's vision, the book is just gone.
Yeah. The interpretation is left open there. I think the perfectly described. Jack, please take a point of inspiration for that. The moment of having this heavy tome resting on your hand, Jet. Would you say that the book itself is recognizable, or it's not important?
Are you asking me or Jet?
I'm asking Adib, yeah.
Oh, it's definitely Codex.
So clearly shown, grounded in the idea of the image itself. Yeah.
Yeah, Adib did not like that book and thought it was holding him back.
Beautiful. I have nothing to add to that. I think, Jet, that's exactly what you see. As you take steps back away from the thing that was holding you down, and it fades off into the distance. Image fades away once again. Grian, who or what is Jet to you?
So, in his time with the party, we've seen Jet go from the bookworm to standing up for himself to this fighter. And it's been a very short amount of time for us to see that change. And for Grian, Jet is change for the better. That's what he represents. He represents growth. And what Jet will see in the mirror is a cracked and broken black obelisk. It's not all whole, it's not all there. And from the very bottom of it, you just see a spark, and it goes out. A second spark, and it goes out. But the third spark catches, and very slowly but quickly, the obelisk becomes engulfed in green flame and makes its way through the cracks and crevices and the rusted and the broken until it reaches the top, and it begins to melt. And as it melts together and becomes stronger. And as it, pulls to the side and begins to cool, it'll be this abstract but obvious shape of a black dragon head, mouth open upwards. And it doesn't cool completely, as where the mouth and the eyes and the heart are in the chest just hum and faintly glow, that embody that green flame that Jet has found himself to take pride in.
Beautiful. As we see this scene begin to take place, does the as you mentioned, the obsidian sort of obelisk shell that seems to surround this dragonborn statue, does it completely melt away, or is it just in the process?
It doesn't melt away, but it melts down into something, much like when you add flux to a bag of steel marbles and melt them together. It binds and becomes something solid and new. It's no longer just those fragile marble shape. It is this solid block of steel.
Okay. Yeah. So you see a finished product, or statue. Beautiful. Nice. I think I already gave you a point of inspiration, but take a new one. Nice. The image changes once again. Ada, who or what is Jet to you?
An overexcitable child with too many hobbies. Very specifically, the vision of Jet with his journal in 3 different languages, info dumping to Ada about this book that kind of controlled him, and all these things happening throughout this party, and still somehow he missed all these things that she's figuring out and just learning, that were just kind of glossed over. And it's someone who doesn't have the attention to detail, that there's something, there's always a piece of the information missing. And she thinks that he's immature, that it comes from him being at the will of something else was foolish and immature.
So there's the meaning. What's the visual?
It is cartoonish. It's almost like an anime dragon, like a little like it's Mushu from Mulan, like very much
Okay.
like little, always on your shoulder, and won't stop talking. Except it's Jet and tiny.
Okay. So this version of a like kind of blackened obsidian cartoonish dragon, where are they? What's behind them?
They're here, like with all the elementals around, just kind of like on the street as they're walking through all these places that they're being shepherded in Zajar. And I don't really think that Jet has been talking all that much while they're moving around, but in Ada's mind, I think he has.
Okay.
So there isn't really like a specific setting that he's in that I think influences the way that she sees him. This is just where they are.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yep. So we see a very realistic portrayal of the surroundings of the city of Zajar, contrasted with a very cartoonish, small, excitable, tiny little black dragon. Right. And with that, the image fades to just Jet standing. Jet, as you turn to face slowly, as what you're able to see, or what is on Jet's face will also be able to be seen by the rest of the party. What do we see?
Jet has a single tear coming down his face, and he's giving that really stupid, goofy-looking Cheshire grin as he turns around and he clears his throat and he kind of takes a deep breath, and he's going to turn to, I cannot pronounce her name. What is it? It is Ashura?
Eshru.
Eshru. And he's going to kind of nod and bow his head and say thank you.
Your reflection. Cluttered. But not chaotic. Blade beneath knowledge. Boy behind a name. Fighting for control. But that was not what was taken from you. I will shape something that learns with you. And forgets when you do not wish to remember. Please step behind the glass.
Jet does so.
Eshru patiently waits.
I'll step forward. A little hesitantly, because I've had enough of mirrors for a bit, but here we are.
Okay. Someone built, shaped reflection of others. Please face the first mirror.
I will.
what do we see as Ianthe's proudest moment?
It might seem a little trivial, but one of her proudest moments was the night we threw the party with the family, and she performed a song that meant more to her and kind of put her own feelings into it. And rather than just try to entertain, she tried to actually say something. And it went well.
And we see this moment once again. There's no sounds coming from this, but Ianthe, the memory is so stuck within you that you feel like you can almost hear the cheering and applause from the crowd as the party continues, and there's a moment where you are in control of how much everyone is able to see you. Please face the second mirror.
Okay. Rotate.
What is Ianthe's least proudest moment?
It's from later that night, that same night. And you see all of us running through the woods. And Ewolf turns back and starts running towards danger. And Ianthe does not turn around. She keeps running forward.
We see Ianthe running. A figure off to the side, but somewhat behind her, running with her, but shadowed in the darkness, the heavy sort of explosions of dust clouds, dirt, stone, debris. We see the figure gaining on Ianthe, but only seeing glances, pieces almost as if refracting against torchlight. We don't see Ewolf's full face, but we do see him turn around, run back into the darkness. We see you, Ianthe, not even looking back. Please face the third mirror.
Sniffling and turning away because I don't want to watch that anymore.
Fortunately, the mirror itself reflects you in this moment. Your expression, immediate and clear, only for a second. Ianthe, as you see your reflection, do you leave it in the expression that is truly how you're feeling, or do you pull yourself up?
Yeah, immediately adjust the face. And I think just instinctively, can't even help it, just starts kind of adjusting hair, wiping a smudge off, like primping a little bit.
Ianthe, roll me a charisma saving throw.
Okay. Hey, great news. I'm really good at those. 21.
There's a long pause here. I think long enough for you, and you all feel this as well, long enough for you to feel like maybe the third mirror is just for me to be looking at myself.
I mean, I took a bath, so I look okay.
And they roll me an insight check.
Uh, 19.
Ianthe, you feel yourself being guarded in this moment, withholding the honesty of oneself in reflection to something that is only to yourself and the stranger behind you. Do you think Ianthe is able to let go?
Yes. I think the time in the forest is kind of, it's not literal, but what is reflected back is not always the truth. And sometimes I've lost the wording, but knowing that even if you put on a brave face, or you put on a happy face, or you try to mask it, sometimes it'll still shine through. That ugly truth.
I think we see Ianthe's moment of looking at herself in the mirror. Ianthe, you see it in the mirror. The rest of you see it just pass through the slits between the three mirrors as you see Ianthe's tall, sort of pulled back shoulders start to round and relax. Face seems to soften and lengthen and drop. And only then does the mirror seem to change. Titian, who is Ianthe to you?
Ianthe is she's often the voice of reason in the group. I find she's not the one putting it out there, but she is caring. She's the one that takes care of everybody. I found her. When Titian thinks of Ianthe, he thinks of her not by herself. She is the heart of the community. She is the heart of the group in so many ways. And I think of her and her work with Alyssa. And that's the scene that unfolds before me, is this idea of her taking this young figure under her wing, but, you know, teaching, pranking, guiding, taking care of throughout this whole journey. Ianthe is, yeah, that force in the group.
And how does that visually manifest?
Her walking side by side with Alyssa through the wilds of Imea.
We see a scene of you, Ianthe, reflecting strange, bright, cold light. It seems to at first contrast against the little girl that is holding your hand as you're both walking through a field. And then you see that cold white light collects from your heart down to your shoulder into your hand that is holding on to Alyssa. So you see it start to spread through Alyssa's hand as well. The scene changes. Adim, what does the scene change to?
Even though Ianthe wouldn't recognize it yet, the scene looks very much like the courtyard Adim walked into when he went through his door. However, there's no city, there's no castle. It's just endless, breathable water, as far as the eye can see. But behind Ianthe, there are storms and conflicts and craziness. But it's all behind her. And she just stands there looking perfect, beautiful, as if she's unaware of what's going on behind her, and it's just she's the most beautiful thing there is. But then the camera starts focusing more on her face and goes to her open eyes, and you see everything going on behind her reflected in her eyes. She knows exactly what's going on. She just gives the impression that she doesn't. And that's where her power lies.
Beautiful. I love that. And we see the view of the mirror seem to kind of go from the blue of Ianthe's eyes and going into the people to the darkness of the scenes that are surrounding, just as shadowy scenes that may be familiar to Ianthe, maybe not. The obscurity of those scenes make, I think, no difference to the idea of the concepts of the danger and terror that she has been through. We see that fade into black and shift into something else. Grian, what is the scene we see next?
Grian sees Ianthe as not only like the outward charismatic charisma of the party, but she is the voice of the party. She's the one who gets us out of sticky situations. She is the one who just kind of guides us through the complications of wherever we are. And this manifests in the mirror. Well, at the same time, too, she's also more complex than that, right? She's who we need to be in the moment. And as we see in the mirror, we see Ianthe turn to a guard, but instead of her face, it's a drama mask. Like the same kind of like happy, sad. And we see her turn and she removes that mask, and underneath it is another mask, a different mask. And she turns to another person and takes a bow. She turns again and she takes that mask off. And the one underneath it is different. It's her face, but it's not her face. It is like almost like a porcelain version of her own face, as she turns to Daphne, her twin sister, and kind of chuckles and throws back a soundless laugh. And it's only when she turns once more that she removes her mask, and it's finally her face, and she's looks tired. She's been through so much. But the people she turns to is us, the party, where she can be herself. And before it fades, she smiles.
Beautiful. A full scene as if a movie playing through, allowing Ianthe to depict themselves in the scenes that are required for her in that moment. Scene fades to something new. Ada, what is the next scene?
The next scene is... it almost starts to play out as a memory. It is as we were entering Zajar, Iskar coming to meet Ianthe and hugging her as they approach. Like, it was that beginning of the scene. I guess that was the end of a session, so the end of that scene. But it starts there, and as Ianthe pulls away from Iskar, it's almost as if she's a mini-me. Yeah, Ada sees the, like, not resemblance, but the similarities between Iskar and Ianthe, mostly color-based. And as, like, I guess the camera kind of moves specifically into Ianthe, Ada just doesn't... Ada doesn't see Ianthe as her own person. She sees her as, like, a reflection of those around her. I think that every time that Ada has seen Ianthe so far, Ianthe has not been the one speaking, or has not been the one taking the lead of a situation. she's been agreeing or kind of walking along, or I don't think that she's seen, I guess what as a player I would know about Ianthe. So yeah, I think Ada just sees Ianthe kind of not shape-shifting, but shape-shifting to fit everyone else's view of what she should be. And I think that as like Ianthe settles in the mirror, her face is like uncanny. It's not quite right. It's her, but like it's not, it's like slightly moving. Her eyes are just a little too far apart or too close together, depending on the angle. And I think Ada just doesn't know what Ianthe is supposed to be.
Beautiful. Yeah. That mosaic sort of piece of things that are kind of collecting together, looking very similar to maybe the sort of a bastardized sort of collection of broken pieces that move together into shape that don't look quite right. Beautiful. Pretty sure I gave you a point of inspiration, but if I haven't, take it. The image changes once more. Jet, what do we see?
Jet sees Ianthe as the life of the party, as the everybody kind of stole stuff from what I was gonna say, so it kind of sucks being last. But he also sees her in the names that he wrote. He says that she's the siren of the seas. So I think the Jet, he sees her the night at the party that we had at the family. He sees her he was basically the roadie doing magic and keeping the show going on. So I think he remembers just the faces of the crowd and how enthralled they were, and how everybody was singing and everybody was crying, that sense of she can captivate anyone she chooses to. And I think that the visual that Jets actually would give off is the day that we were all traveling, and everybody was in the caravan, and she was sitting on a rock with her harp out, just humming a tune and playing her harp, sitting on a rock at sunset one day when we were coming up close to a stream. So I think that's the visual that he gives, is like that almost picturesque sitting here playing and just humming along to it, and that kind of peace that comes with it.
Interesting. So we see that mosaics seem to not necessarily shift, but get pulled back further and further to a point where you can't see pieces of glass formed together, but some full version of Ianthe, the harp playing. The sun slowly setting over that same grass field. And it fades away. To the reality of where Ianthe is right now. Ianthe, as you turn, what do we see on Ianthe's face?
A faint smile. And maybe a little worry in her eyes. I think seeing Ada's vision kind of stuck with her. It's one of those, like, you can hear 100 compliments and you hear one criticism, and that's what you remember.
Mhm. You have shaped yourself through others, wearing them like mirrors. First I saw 1,000 pieces of you, thin, careful, pressed into the shapes that were needed. But you are not the sum of what they left behind. I will make something that does not protect you from the grief that you've endured, but it will remind you that you have walked through it and are safe on the other side.
Thank you.
Please step behind the glass.
Oh, right.
Is that all that wish to face themselves?
Titian's gonna look at Ada and see and offer her. He's gonna gesture for her to go next.
You know, Titian, I am not the one who needs a shirt so badly, so very badly. Please.
Oh. All right. Are you sure though? You don't want to join the group and you just want to be on the outside of this thing?
Listen,
Are you that scared
I
of
don't-
this right now, or
Am I-
you're so unsure of what you might see in there, or? It's just a mirror, right?
you know, sometimes looking at oneself too closely I'm good. Go.
No. All right. Sure. All right. All right. Guess I'll go up there and take a look at your mirrors at myself, and I'll step up. Can I ask Joe? That was when she sort of mentioned it to me, and did it feel like she didn't want either Ada or myself to participate in this moment? Because I feel like she was just like one after the other for everyone else, and all of a sudden she's like, are y'all done? Are y'all good over here?
No, I think it was just there was a pause, and there's moments of those that have let others go first that can make it seem like maybe they don't want to go.
Okay.
It didn't feel. It shouldn't. I mean, obviously it's your character, but I say it wasn't. I don't think it would seem dismissive as much as a freedom. Choice.
Freedom of choice. Okay. Well, I'll choose to step up to the mirror next. Yes, I reckon.
Great pride you carry. I wonder if it is yours. Please face the first mirror.
All right.
What do we see as Titian's proudest moment?
Titian's proudest moment was the bar fight in Dare's Wharf, I believe. Before Missing killed somebody. But it was a moment where he felt like the party was the most together. Actually, scratch that. Titian's proudest moment was actually talking to the compass. It was a moment where he felt like he'd ventured out beyond just using his muscles and his strength to accomplish something, and instead took the trust that the party put into him, and he was able to navigate a situation through different means and pull it off.
A moment that is rare in Titian's life of showing strength not through physicality, but honesty. Beautiful. Please face this second mirror.
Alright.
What do we see as Titian's least proudest moment?
The moment where the many moments where he has just gone and rushed into battle and drugged those around him into it as well. The moment of fighting Cavish and the Druids and bringing others into harm's way. The moment of fighting the Roar and telling the story that he shouldn't tell. But above all that, I think the least proudest moment that Titian's ever had happened just maybe 15 minutes ago when he reached out and asked for help from the Genasi to fight the Roar, sealing the fates of hundreds in Hasamal, but yet again dragging his companions into harm's way.
So I think maybe instead of versions of memories of real things, it is personified as a rope tied around Titian's waist. As there are figures, sometimes 5, sometimes more, ones that are small, large, feminine, masculine, blue, green, white, black, all being dragged behind Titian moving forward. Interesting. Please face the third moon.
I do.
We see Titian, shirtless, standing just the sort of very top of the floppy ears and mane, just at the very edge of the mirror, height being just high enough. But your entire frame is taking up most of the mirror. There's very little background. Titian, upon seeing that, do you take a step back, or do you keep your full frame in the mirror?
I keep the full frame in the mirror.
Okay. Mirror starts to shift and change. Jess, who or what is Titian to you?
Titian is a wall, a palisade, a safe haven against anything that wishes to come through towards us. But he's also very... When they first met, Titian was the first one to come to Jet. And laughing and making jokes. So I think Jet sees Titian as like a warmth, almost like a big brother always watching out for you. And so I think that for the visual, I think it is in a tent, or was it was right next to a thatch bed, and there's a big bitter gourd laying on the bed, and it is Titian and Jet having a hug after Jet has given Titian a scroll. And it's just that warmth that comes with knowing you're safe. I think that's what he sees.
Titian, you see your body become bigger, extending out past the edges of the mirror. An embrace of a shadow, but one that seems to slump into a resting position in your arms. We see the canvassed background of a tent and flickering fire in the distance, giving a sense of warmness, shelter. Right? And the scene shifts. Ada, what does the scene change into?
The scene changes to seeing Titian not as he is now, but what she imagines that he would have been as like a much younger man, like a baby, kind of running around Hasamal, just like another Leonin who will grow up to serve the Roar. And I think the camera kind of shifts into like this faceless child into like a teenager getting his first mission, and then or like a young adult getting like his first mission. And just, I don't even think it specifically looks like Titian. I think in some like shifts of scene it almost even might look like her husband, but it's just the like the pipeline of just growing up in Hasamal and knowing that you're going to serve and knowing that you're probably going to die. And I think it settles finally on Titian as he looked at the statue of his mother during his trial. Not that I don't believe Ada could see it, but she could see Titian's face. And just like the worry and like the grief on it. And I think that her version of Titian in her mind doesn't stand as tall as the frame of the mirror. I think it slumps forward, and he's tired, and he's grieving something even as he calls for war. So I think it's probably a lot less cartoony than everyone else's in her mind have been. But I think that it's not wholly Titian. It's just kind of a projection of where they grew up.
You see what once was. Flashing in and out from the scenes that Ada has described. Whether there are specific pieces that seem familiar to Titian, it's entirely up to Titian. As it has been a very long journey from home, or what Titian viewed home as. Without being able to hold on to this moment, to be able to peer in, to remember, before you're able to do that, the scene changes once more. Grian, what does the scene turn into?
So Grian sees Titian kind of in a similar light as Jet, where he sees him as like safety and comfort, and no matter what happens, like that is again like an anchor for those feelings. And the only way I can think of that this would play out in the mirror is it would kind of go through all of those moments that have created these feelings from when Grian first joined and Titian is holding on to him tight so he doesn't attack other party members. And no matter what, he's not letting go. It's when Titian was stuck in his nightmare, it's Grian like holding onto his face, trying to get him back and leading him away from the fight. It's the two of them riding on Barb and him like leaning back into him and just feeling like safe and comfortable there. It's when we were in the fight in the woods, it's Titian slashing at the enemy and like his arm coming out and kind of like protecting Grian at that level. And it's Grian grabbing Titian's hand after his trial and wiping the blood off. And it's the camera would probably just linger on those moments for not necessarily a second too long in a bad way, but where it just like lingers on those moments. Because even in the dark times, Titian is somewhere that they can feel safe at.
Moments reflected in all of those scenes show a Titian that is steadfast in decisions. Quick in making them, whether good or bad. Decisive, whether wrong or right. Consistent. And always the first to step into the danger. Whether there is a party that wants him to or not. Scene changes once again. Indeed. What does the scene turn into?
Before I tell you, I'm going to type you something, Joe.
Okay.
Really briefly, just so that you know what it is in case it comes into play.
Okay.
But if it doesn't, then it's not important. Okay. So there it is. Okay, so the scene that I am envisioning for how Dean views Titian is he is on a battlefield. And he is being supremely successful. And it's not a battlefield from his past that he's ashamed of. He is fending off attackers from those people behind him. He is healing people. He is giving out commands. He is shouting things. He shouts something behind him, which I typed to you, so there's no sound. So that's why you saw it. And then the scene starts moving back, and you get the impression from the scene that New Moon is behind him. And some of the things that are coming at Titian weren't actually coming to Titian. They were coming to New Moon. And we are capable of managing that and helping him. But he won't let us, and he's taking it all by himself. And every time we try to do something to help, he barks the command back at us and just handles it on his own. Successfully, but he's wearing himself out.
Yeah. That full frame standing in the mirror, starting out small but getting bigger as Titian continues to push forward. Figures that are go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 10 armies pushing out. Trying to push through Titian to a new moon that stands at the ready, but fighting to be able to match step with Titian's force of moving through and pushing back all the darkness. We see that shout from Adim in the background, but the mouth continues to form the words even as we see him
no.
being...
The shout was from Titian to Adim.
Sorry. Okay.
So
So sorry, as the movement coming back. The turn back, I would say, is probably... Yeah. I don't think it's seen, but the response is taken from Adim. We see scars start to show up on Titian's face, body. We see the exhaustion, weariness, but the determination, the stubbornness is stronger. Scene stays here for a moment before it finally shifts once more. Ianthe, what do we see?
It shifts to Titian, looking like he is about to deliver the killing blow on something. And he just has this look of absolute fury, like this mindless killing brute. And then it starts to slowly chip, almost like he's made of porcelain. And it's chipping away. Slowly, because like it takes a lot of work to get to the next layer. And it shifts into Titian, still looking very fierce, but having a very intense look in his eye. Almost, and he's got his shield up, like he's protecting someone. And then it chips away again. And it shows Titian with a very mischievous look on his face, holding up his ring of sending, like he's about to go scream into the minds of some war lieutenants. And then it chips away again, and it reveals this like stuffed animal, teddy bear, squishy lion who is very huggable and lovable and just wants people to feel good.
So you see those pieces break away, I think, in a almost nesting doll sort of way. Each crack brings a scene of a smaller Titian getting closer to the center. Till we see the Titian that is,
The gooey
Made of-
marshmallow at the center of Titian.
yes, Titian made of fur and stuffing. Warmth. Soft. But small. Distant. As that scene fades, we see just Titian himself, full frame. In the mirror. Titian, as you turn away, what is the look on your face?
It's conflicted. I think seeing the images of himself being worn down, seeing the images of himself cracking, even though in a good way. I mean, he's seeing something there he can't deny. But he loves this party and he loves these people, and it's yeah. I think he's just taking this really seriously at this moment.
As you turn to face Eshru, you carry a pride that I wonder is entirely yours. An honor not broken, but borrowed from those you failed, or those that you think you did. You step forward. First, always. Not because you crave glory, but because you believe pain belongs more to you than anyone else. Its weight. But it's also warmth. Your pride does not make you reckless. It makes you visible. Giving others something to stand behind. I will forge you something that remembers your shield, even when you forget to raise it. But it will be heavy. Not to slow you, to allow you to be reminded you are not charging in alone. Yes. Please stand behind the mirror.
And I do.
I will need time.
Like a few hours? Just trying to get a sense of how long we should wait.
You will know
Which we
when
will
it's-
happily do so. We'll know. Right.
You'll know when it's ready.
Dean looks at Ada and raises an eyebrow. Says nothing. Just raises an eyebrow.
I think she
Um,
raises it back at Adim.
And then Nadim says, "You seem to like mirroring."
Oh,
Mistress Eshru, may I ask for one more favor?
Silence in response.
There's one of us who isn't here, but I'd be amiss not to ask for something to aid them as well. And you'll see Green's gonna like hold out his hands, and the light from the window, like the stained glass light, is going to start to bend and shape as Green uses minor illusion to make Prisha out of the light. She's a friend of ours whom we've lost on the way here, but she means a lot to us. She is kind and warm, and though she was naive, or is naive of the world around her and very sheltered, she saw the world in a kindness and a beauty and a light that I haven't seen in a long time. And having her around made death feel not so cold and not so fearsome. So I was hoping that you might be able to craft something for her as well, as small as it might be. And even if we don't get her back, it might be something to at least remember her by. And I'll say, as Green's talking, the minor illusion is quiet because that's the spell, but she'll laugh. An illusion of fluff will run around, or fluff will run around her ankles, and she'll casually like misstep and smile at him. And she might touch her horns and sit down or stare out the window, and just the beautifully naive, doughy-eyed, and wonder that is Prisha.
As you do this, all of you are able to see this illusion that Grian is making. And it is beautiful in its design. You see Eshru is not staring at the spell, but the caster during this. A very clear and defined third mirror. Unfortunately, we are missing the first two. There is someone who should be here that is not. And someone that is here shouldn't be. We will see. What the day will bring. But I need 3 mirrors.
I think I know what one of them is. Jack kind of says as he steps forward. We woke up one morning and she had that staff, right? She had the power pass from her mother, right? That's gotta be worth at least a little something, right? It doesn't get much more. Like, I can't think of a time I would be more proud than when my guardian handed me something and said they were proud of me and take this power and use it well, right?
And the illusion will shift into Den Mother Udris passing Prisha the staff.
Beautiful moment, to be sure.
She stepped off the path. And it took her from us. She was told not to, and did it anyway. Ignoring the words of those who are far smarter and wiser than any of us. And it has taken her from us.
And I think with the shift of the illusion, because Grian doesn't know how it went down or what happened, the illusion of Prisha stepping off the path doesn't just whoosh her out of nowhere or into nowhere. I think that the image of Prisha stretches and scrapes as it turns black, and there's a silent scream before it just disappears.
God's green, it wasn't that gruesome.
I don't know.
In all my time, I've not seen ones carry the weight of another so clear, so heavy. I will break my own. I will make something for her to collect. But her alone.
Well, then we'll
Thank
have
you,
to
mistress.
go to bring her back. Thank you.
You see Escher's stare kind of go over each and every one of you from left to right. And it rests on Ada. Ada, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you
Yeah.
choose to meet the gaze and stare back, or do you look away?
Mm.
I think Ada looks away.
Okay. You all hear very well. As I said, you will know. The time is right. Thank you for your honesty and your judgment. You may go. She seems to pull the flame, that black flame, towards her as it rests on her hand. You see her start to pull it apart as if strands from a cotton ball. For I have work to do. Ianthe, you feel Iskar kind of grab your hand.
Come on, everyone. We'll leave the mistress to her work.
Do you all turn and leave?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely, yes.
And Dean looks emotionally exhausted. He thought he was over the self-reflection with the dark before black and wood. He's just like, jeez.
Joke's on him.
Nah,
I think
therapy doesn't take a rest day.
I think Grian watches the light refract through the window and through her, and as she pulls the threads of this flame. And I think there's a quick moment where she might glance over real quick to him, and he's going to like do a bow to her, and as he walks out, as like a thank you from afar, without shouting across the room.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Don't trust that one. Okay. I'm gonna use my thing real quick. Heroic inspiration. That was worse. That's an 8.
Okay. It's an 8. She doesn't even seem to notice you. She's paying attention to her work.
I'd say okay.
I think this is a craftsman, and because we're leaving something for Prisha, I think Chet's going to pull off one of his scales and carve her initials into it and lay it in front of her while she does her work, and just leave without saying anything else.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh no, I'm terrible. That's not bad. That's a 15 plus. You said persuasion? That's a 17. As good as it gets.
You hear You hear Escher's voice in your head. You see her not acknowledging, just focused on, as you said, the craft. You're the only one that hears it. You are being followed. The shadow is older than the footsteps. You guard something precious. You know not what it is. I give you a warning. When it all fits too well, to stop and look behind you.
Okay. And I'm the only one, Jet's the only one that heard that?
Yep.
Okay. I think as soon as we're outside, actually, no, I think Jet would wait until everybody's resting for the evening before he would bring
Well,
this up.
yeah, I would say this is we're in the moment right now. So Jet, in hearing that, what do you do?
I think he kind of smiles and nods. And not wanting to interrupt her anymore, just nods and turns and does a polite bow.
As we see Jet walking from this beautiful kaleidoscope of colors and shapes, walking out into something darker. Something smokier. You see the camera fade to black. And with that, we'll end tonight's session. See you all next week.